hello, hello. Good, good afternoon. Uh, that's. Yeah. Hi. I forgot to be on the other screen first, but it doesn't matter, does it? Um. Yeah, we're continuing. We're continuing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I know last time I had to leave off before we actually got to the end of this part of the investigation. So yeah. I think we have a a prime suspect to interview, and then I assume he's going to be arrested, and we'll move on to the trial. Um, I mean, unless talking to him somehow takes like another like 4 hours or something, then then yeah, I think we'll be set to move into whatever the next section is. Cause we'll have yeah. We'll have lots to. Hopefully it won't take too long to move on to the next part of the trial. I there's so much. there's there's actually so much that's going to happen. Okay, we should just wait, do I need to load it? Okay, yeah, we wanna load my actual save just in case. Oh yeah. Okay. I forgot. Okay, here's Enoch Drebber. Um he's a very robotic seeming engineer. Um Also the song. This is quite good. Um yeah. I think I roughly remember how I was doing his voice. But yeah, we just as a reminder what happened, we got to his lab with the help of Toby the dog, and uh, hello, how's it going? And we got here with the help of Toby the dog. Very important. Um, I can't believe we were nearly blown up.
What was that sideways glance in aid of, Mr. Naruhodo?
I don't think that's quite his voice, but it's fine. Uh, I thought that deducing meaning from the movement of people's eyes was your specialty, Mr. Shelms. Never mind that now. Let's see what Mr. Drebber has to say for himself. It might take me a minute to get the voices right. It's going well. The 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 super massive Lego set um that was ordered for my birthday actually got here now. It's what are the dimensions of this even? Hello, hello. Yeah. So that's why I was a little bit late. I was admiring the box and trying to think how the heck am I going to get that giant box into my room. Um, I'm
Oh, hi.
doing well. Thank you for the follow, Dexter. Wait, are they actually planning on doing a DRG Lego set? Oh, that'd be awesome. That'd actually be awesome. Wait, Is DRG big enough for a Lego set? I mean, I could see maybe someone submitting one as Lego ideas, but like... It was a meme? Was it an evolution of rock and stone? That would be good. Yeah. I kind of want to look that up now. The Deep Rock Galactic Lego. Wait, what? I guess someone... Oh, did it actually get supported enough? Wait, is that like... Wait, is that a thing you could buy? Wait, wait, what? Wait. Like, that's so funny. Well, but like, there's like a listing for it. What is this listing for it? Why is there... Is it real? Wait. Why is there's a... No, this can't be real. There's literally a typo. What? It says MOC building block set. What? Yeah, no, that's not right. That can't be right. Oh yeah, no, if there's like an actual Lego one, I'll get that. Heck yeah. It does look like it was supported. I don't know if that means... I don't know if that means that it'll be like made. I don't really know how Lego Ideas works, so... Maybe that means it has a chance to be real. But that would be super awesome. Sorry, sorry. The complete random tangent. This isn't talking to this very suspicious man in front of us at all. I was talking about Lego dwarves trying to obtain rock and stone. Yeah, he certainly has quite the look here going on. Enoch Drever. And he's about to tell us some very interesting things. I also have to remember. Oh yeah. So to recap, we found him in his lab. We broke into the back room after hearing him trying to escape. It turns out he flipped over all the furniture looking for the combination to the safe that was written on the bottom of a chair or something over off to the left here. He then put a time bomb down and then hid inside the safe. And we found him, and for some reason Sholmes thought we should find him before disarming the bomb. So that happened. We maybe... Oh no, he would have gotten out via the means... Well, no, like he left it unlocked when he got in there. I don't know if he was expecting to die when the bomb went off, but like, I don't know, I would think you wouldn't do that without like assuming the safe would survive the blast, right? Like maybe you'll get roughed up a bit, but like, I don't know how, I mean, what, that's like, that's six sticks of dynamite, maybe seven sticks of dynamite. I mean, I don't know what explosive he actually has in there, but like, it's probably not good. I don't know, I think the thought was being inside the safe would, like the safe should survive the blast, even if the man inside gets roughed up a bit, and then he just has to leave. Like, it didn't give me a notification for it. But hi Wartooth, thank you for the prime sub. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, why didn't the alert work? It should have worked. Sorry about that. I don't. It literally just worked for the follower request that went through. But yeah, so that was funny. I called it pretty fast that that's exactly what happened too. That he hid inside the safe and was going to escape after the bomb went off. But yeah, now we have to talk to this man. Let's start by asking him about the time bomb. Oh, Gregson. Hi Gregson. Okay, let us begin. Let me see if I can get this.
Got a death wish, have ya? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So, in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely.
Well, I'm working on it. It'll take me a minute to get the voices locked in. I'm sorry.
But once you'd climbed inside the safe, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within.
So it is.
I had always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. You mean to say you're planning to blow this all up? Blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen.
What do you mean?
Most people run, you see. when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet.
Ah, fair point, Mr. Drummer.
I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth?
I feel like Sholmes' voice is a little lower. What on earth happened in here?
You've found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Trevor.
Hello.
What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop that I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt.
Whistling.
Ah, that would have been me.
Oh,
For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today.
no words. Just tightly squeezed chips.
Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I could not remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down.
Oh, we also found a rope by the wall.
Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters.
And after that, You hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set this parcel ticking.
Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police.
I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Hairbrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition. And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to.
That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. That's enough. What's going on here, Gregson?
I feel like her voice was slightly more lifeless.
I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well.
Dr. Seath again. So, the forensic investigation team are here.
And you know full well, this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Seath? Hello, Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Seath.
If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out.
Let me try that one again.
Get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruto?
Yes.
It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today.
But Mr. Sholmes.
Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out. Now. All of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson.
Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place. And the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb sitting here and that this lot disarmed.
Inspector.
Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Grubber?
So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one.
What are you? That one? Yeah. You mean? Yeah, you mean? Uh-oh. Oh, oh no. Uh, 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 uh-oh. Um, uh, that's not good. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all of its secrets were blown away. Forever. To be continued. And we're continuing right now. I knew we were close to the end of that. My mouth is bothering me. I'm sure it's fine. The 24th of October, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Harebrain.
Good morning to you, Mr. Naruto.
Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings?
I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to...
Good morning, my dear fellows.
Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Excuse me.
Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today.
Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again.
Yes, I will. I realize that. I realize that it was a mistake, but
My dear fellows, I must interject.
Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter?
Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not, to be cast in my direction?
Sorry, I don't follow.
Must I spell it out for you? I, the great detective Herlock Sholmes,
Okay, let me get this very grand line correctly.
must I spell it out for you? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree.
Well, if I must agree, then
As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics.
is my microphone slightly in the wrong spot?
She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred.
It took him being scolded by boiling hot tea to wake up in the morning. I can relate. No, I'm much easier to wake up than that, but dang. He's one heavy sleeper. My hair is being annoying. I probably needed to comb it better.
Oh my, Iris has been busy.
Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist. One who relishes in the infinite possibilities of blending tea.
I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory.
Sorry to cut in. Oh, it's.
Oh, sorry to cut in.
Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning.
Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour?
I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh?
Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor?
What? What? I don't know.
Poor Professor.
Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for.
What paperwork?
Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful.
You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report.
That mass murderers. Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy.
He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here.
The killer's autopsy report has been entered into the court record. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector.
Yes, much obliged, Gregson.
Our slowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of great Detective Soames, of course.
Well then, Professor Harebrain, this is it. Today we're going to lie all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor.
I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber.
Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness.
I'm still amazed you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much.
Counsel and the defendant. The trial is about to resume. he stole the professor's voice. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Hi, ikimashou. This is it then. The final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if Something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. Bum. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Wow. The 24th of October, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels present? Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? Excuse me. My lack of sleep is catching up to me. Nah. It's okay. Oh no, not Von Zieks. Alright, I'll try. Alright.
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
It doesn't quite feel right for his voice, but it's fine. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Von Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Von Zieks.
Yes, my lord.
There appears to be someone standing at your side.
Yes. My apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably.
He cut the cork off of the wine bottle.
I, therefore, instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial.
And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the looks of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but oh, this is so very hard. It would appear. My voice is going crazy. Let me drink some more water. It's going rogue. Maybe the tea I had earlier was actually too hot. I definitely at least scalded my tongue a bit. I'm so impatient. I waited like 20 minutes and it still wasn't cool enough. Okay. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very good. Very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed?
Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law.
Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? I forgot. This child consumes corn like a typewriter. It's quite impressive.
It wasn't like this in my day. It wasn't like this at all.
If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Von Zieks.
Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court.
Is it this one? It's not this one, but I need to read. Oh, I got some interesting things. Uh, we have several things to examine. I think this one was just... This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such a thick skin. There's Really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. Bonk. I don't think I've examined this camera. What a wonderful machine. You really do love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh, yes. Anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely, yeah. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes. Yes. Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. Mikotoba. Oh no. There's blood on this camera. Look, Mr. Naruto. What is it? On the bellows, just here, there seem to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh, oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. uh, Can we look in here? Oh, look, the cover came open. Yes. Now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Something wrong? There is no plate. It's been removed. Oh, what a pity. But I suppose when you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So, we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes. You're quite right, of course. Poor Susato-san. She looks devastated. Why did it rotate? Okay. I think that's all there is to note in here then. What about this science trophy? Science trophy. There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Okay. Stretch. My head didn't like that. It's fine. Uh, oh, there's a lock here. This steel mask is quite something, huh? What do you think the professor looks like? Also, do you think the professor is Moriarty? Or like a Moriarty equivalent character? This sink down in the chair to not block Susato. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself, even if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. So yeah, it's a mask on a waxwork statue of a serial killer called the Professor who targeted the aristocracy and royalty in the past. So his face is in theory under this mask, whoever the killer was. And you know, like recently I watched an I don't know, recently I realized that like the character Moriarty from the Sherlock Holmes like stories possibly like went by the name of the professor at like one point. So it kind of makes me think maybe, just maybe, it's a similar character that is the professor here. And so I'm getting super excited because this case is gonna get so complicated. I know, it's starting to make me livid actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that is true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right, sorry. I'm sure we'll get this lock open later. We gotta get it open, right? We also have the professor's autopsy report right here. Condemned prisoner. Redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym, the professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight the 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. Oh, that's all the, like, the new evidence we got, huh? Okay. Von Zieks has a report to read.
Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance to the case. The super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons.
It was. What? An explosion? This is an outrage.
We know who blew it up. It was Drebber. Yes. I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens, and the wreckage reduced to ashes and flames.
I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion.
Anna. This is a very... We can use this photograph to prove the trick. This is useful.
It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes. A terrible business. He did it to destroy evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel.
Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial.
Yeah, we kinda needed that.
As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the Kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity.
Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs.
However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Von Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. I want to look at that funny photograph of the door on the floor open. Bum bum. Bum bum. Ba, 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 ba. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmund died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what exactly were those two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Von Zieks, summon your first witness, please.
At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say.
See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as I've seen it before? Oh, you too, I had exactly the same feeling myself. This guy has a very cool automaton hand. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? Most extraordinary sounding business. Well.
But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused's super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that is all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last.
What? You what? Good. Good gracious. Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by the means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility. Nothing more.
But. We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony. About the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition.
Understood.
The kinesis machine.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asmon's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
A body double.
That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved, when in reality, it has not, is a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point during the performance. But would I be right in saying you have not managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings.
It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was able to actually accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Okay. Indeed it did, my lord. My eye is irritated. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Excuse me.
Yes, it is true that I possess considerable know-how of knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there.
Yes, that is true. We spotted it there ourselves.
If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past.
What? Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was
an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of science?
Trevor doesn't look like a villain at all. Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Hi, Jabber.
So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asmund himself?
Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that is all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for.
So why did Mr. Asmund approach you in particular then?
Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering.
Not to mention excellence in fraud.
Hard to gauge. But the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the Kinesis machine was built on solid, scientific principle. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other.
Excuse me. Hold it! I'm so sleepy. Not really, but a little bit. Maybe. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic. However,
The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along.
yup. Knowledge is the most important weapon. Always remember that. I completely agree with this statement. From the definitely not suspicious man. Least suspicious man I've seen.
But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
It's a possibility that we have to explore.
Unfortunately, though, the machine has been flown to Kingdom Come. So, there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear.
He must have planned all this from the outset.
But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
Hold it!
No. Of course, that's it. Mr. Asmund has a twin. No, Leonosuke, we've already established this. Von Zeke's checked. He doesn't have a twin.
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asmund had no twin siblings.
No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Seath absolutely ruled that out as a possibility.
It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to that fact.
So, it can't have been orchestrated by someone using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? Oh, no. Nothing. No thoughts. Head empty. Just the idea that someone who looked identical to the victim was playing on my mind. Yeah, I think that's where the waxwork comes in somehow.
Hold it!
Right. It crashed head first, you say?
According to the many witness reports from those at the time, yes.
Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day?
Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop.
Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene.
Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with mine own eyes. The bird cage plummeting head first into the tower.
What a surprise!
I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it?
How would you come by that information?
Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body.
Yup. He'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver, believed to belong to the defendant. A letter A-shaped screwdriver named Andrew, in fact. You can't forget this, Ryunosuke. Very important detail. And he had broken a vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height.
Correct, my learned friend has been doing his research, it seems.
Do we know which injury was the fatal one?
Sadly, not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined.
Huh.
What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height.
I suppose that's hard to deny. What? There's something wrong with his statement. First of all, the head first side of the birdcage is not damaged, the bottom is. That's the first inconsistency we have here in his testimony. The second thing of potential interest, which is just me being paranoid. Odie Asman, age 47, British, male, time of death, 2:20 p.m. I mean, if Von Zeke says that it was a vertebra in his neck, then I guess we have to accept it. But isn't your entire spine made of vertebrae? I mean, I guess for it to be a lethal, like, for it to be an instantly lethal wound, it probably does have to be one near your neck, though. Because if it's low enough on your spine, it would just cause paralysis. But... Probably anywhere where the disconnect of the vertebrae would stop your heart from beating would be lethal. I don't know how far down in your spine that would be because I hate biology. So it's just something to keep in mind. But we'll just assume that he broke his neck. Not exactly sure how, but he did. I kind of like don't even want to press him on this.
Objection!
We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot.
Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely.
I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top.
What are you saying?
That's the opposite of where they should be. Wow. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So, we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. A most intriguing conclusion. Switched. During what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Good gracious. Explain yourself, witness.
Well... If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion that we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection!
But multiple witness reports claim it fell headfirst.
The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. At an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level.
Which is approximately 18 meters.
It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower. In the ensuing deflagration. Okay. Yeah.
Deflagration.
Witness reports amidst such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However, he fell. It would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there.
Sassliga von Zeeks.
Though, to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually.
He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord von Zeeks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry. I feel like that's the undertone here.
Ah, yes. And there's one more point the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously was not a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates.
What? 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 Seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth.
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all.
Ugh, I nearly had him there. Now he's doing the robot.
The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Ugh. Is this stage 3 stories tall? Do I have a better diagram?
Hold it!
What do you mean?
Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience.
Yes, there were lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage. That is true.
And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The balloon, the point of impact on the tower, was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it did not drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower.
Huh. A trenchant scientific analysis. Noneですか? Trenchant. Trenchant. Vigorous or incisive in expression or style. Archaic literary secondary definition of a weapon or tool having a sharp edge. Okay. That's an interesting word. Dear me. Every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Plausible. Very good distinction to have there.
Oh, yes. It's all very well thought out.
Certainly. All the spectators on the stage, all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage, plummeting 30 feet through the air. I mean, irritatingly, yes.
Hold it!
So you understood the science, did you?
Not in the slightest.
Oh, right.
As I've said a number of times, I am an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. It would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example.
But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on?
Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you?
A very good point. Leonosuke! No! But yeah, no. That exact thing, it tends to be true whenever you're doing computer programming. Like, you can use software that someone else wrote and have absolutely no idea how it works. And you don't need to know. It just works. You only need to know if something goes wrong. But yeah, like even like programming languages are like 2 layers above. like even something like C or Java is like at least 2 layers above the actual underlying principles, which is binary. And then like binary is built on top of circuitry, which has its own underlying set of principles. Computers are complicated. But yeah, because it goes like circuitry to binary to assembly to a higher level programming language to software. That's the hierarchy. Papa. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruto.
The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis.
He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, now that the machine's been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another. What if we are unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery, rather than genuine science? We will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivete and his unbending belief in his work. And I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Von Zieg's, what on earth must he be feeling toward Drebber? Bubble. The Reaper attacked. It's the kingpins of the criminal underworld, generally managing to escape conviction in the Reaper's trials. Oh, sorry. I think it's interesting that there's like actually other news stories written here. There's a couple other ones. Fiery ball gown sets dance hall ablaze. An evening of cordial dancing turned into a blazing ball last week when one of the lady attendees' dresses accidentally caught on fire. In her panic at the sudden appearance of the flames at her feet, the lady dashed madly about the whole of the venue. No fewer than three other people caught on fire. Thankfully, the fires were put out before anyone was seriously injured. And then this other one. French court hears glass eye case. French is so hard to pronounce. I'm just gonna skip it. The judge was presented today with a most curious case of a lady who refused to pay her dues for the purchase of one glass eye. The whole affair began when Madame Pluyette, the defendant, ordered the eye as a replacement for the natural eye she had lost. Upon its arrival, she found that she could see no more with it than she could before, and became incensed at the thought of paying for a deficient product. The judge attempted to reason with the madam, and the endeavor proved to be bad. Glass eyes don't let you see. They're just supposed to make it so you don't look like you're blatantly missing an eye. Makes you think, if that's how the justice system works in London, then there must be dark forces at work. How do we prove this? Okay, so what I need right now, I need the height of the experimentation stage. That is what I'm missing. If the experimentation stage is 30 feet, Like, even if it's 20 feet and then 10 feet underground, then we have a plausible explanation. Let me see if this tells us what we need. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, ba. I guess I could just present the diagram. Alright. But what do you think of this?
Objection.
This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down onto the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you see that there's one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet.
No.
Well, it appears that the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place from which you are referring to on the same diagram.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height as above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. And at that moment, the floor of the stage gave way. And if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage, and the one seen by the audience, would have fallen exactly the same distance almost. Once again, my lord. This all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but 2.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design.
Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the Kinesis machine itself. It's true. However, the stage still stands. And if you take a moment to look at this photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord! The metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone! Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Dr. Mr. Drebber. He's not even a doctor, It was you who built the kinesis machine. Which means that it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out the deception.
Error.
Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. And lay the blame firmly on the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Blah.
Objection!
If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely.
Wah. Wah.
Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts.
Two.
Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that.
And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't need to.
The nonsense with the crossbow? That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point.
Ah.
And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would This man have wanted to take the victim's life. He had no reason to do so.
A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself?
I have here a contract provided by the witness.
What kind of contract is that, Lord Von Zieks?
The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all
Is that actually how that word is? What, is that actually how it's spelled?
Remuneration.
That's actually how it's spelled. I'm... English is too hard.
Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from the government grants or other income.
30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions.
But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause.
What provision?
Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. Do you see? I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither the opportunity nor reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil.
Bah. Bah. Seems the defense's assertion was somewhat off the mark. Lord Von Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence if you please. Drebber's contract has been entered into the court record. It's true. It's true. Bum, 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 bum. Investor Mr. Odi Asman hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Anik Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on the condition that both contracting parties are alive. Huh. I feel like there's a hole in this contract. It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruto. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths, too. Susato, I knew you'd believe in me. Well, it would seem that the defense is no rejoinder to the offer. Rejoinder. Noun. The defendants enter to the plaintiff's replication. Okay. That's probably a word I've heard before in terms of arguments, but I also don't feel like it.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Objection. At the beginning of this trial, we believed there was only 1 birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we first realized. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit.
Get to the point.
The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. He's angry. So, if the circumstances mean that it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious crime. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Uh-oh. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit. Now he looks angry enough to be the culprit. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer. So what's my stance gonna be? Did Drebber have an accomplice? Or not? It's really funny if he has an accomplice. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel. My lord. You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless... I need to go refill my water. I need to go refill my water. We're gonna be right back. That's the settings menu, not the one we want. I'm gonna go get water. Hey, excuse me. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. One second. I need to. My chair shifted a little bit, so I gotta fix this. Okay. I think we're good again. Now I have a candy cane. This is good. It will surely help me read, and I definitely won't accidentally make weird noises. Okay. You've received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. I only have one suspicion. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drever's accomplice? Who am I supposed to accuse here, actually? Oh, I really don't want to accuse her, though. Okay, so there's his accomplice. I need to look at evidence. I need to look. Can I look through the court records? I don't think I can. Okay, cause. Okay, so there's a few lines of thought here. The first being. Well, no. Okay. So we're under the assumption Asmund died when he fell. So someone else had to switch the body. Oh, it's that. Okay, so oh, I really don't want to do this to her, but this is the only way. Okay, so hear me out. Hear me out. I think we have to accuse Madame Tuspel. Because Drever was challenging us to produce a body double, right? Because the trick wouldn't work without a body double. So there was no body double left at the scene. We know that Drever demanded a ransom of Madame Tuspel. But that part doesn't make any sense. I might be overthinking it, but because the options here, are Mr. Asman wasn't dead after the. Oh no, but he. Okay, so the key things to note here. Asman. But yeah, because our only options here are Madame Tuspel or Odie Asman himself. It would help me a lot to be able to look at the court record. But I mean, see, because the thing is, Mr. Asman had two. No, either way, I don't see any way. Where did we find that piece of crystal tower glass? Was that at Drebber's workshop? I'm overthinking this, send help. I don't know, because the options are... It was Asman himself, who switched himself out for a wax double. Or for some kind of body double. I think... No, the ransom was cash. The ransom was cash. I guess we just take the hit. I'm going to say... Okay, because the clause in that contract... The clause in the contract suggests that, at the very least, he wasn't expecting to die. Like Asman... Or maybe it does mean Asman was expecting to die. I'm overthinking this. Oh, okay, wait. I have a new theory that supports... Okay, yeah, I think it was Madame Tuspel was his accomplice. So... Yeah, it has to be. Yeah, so, Madame Tuspel made a body double. During the experiment, I don't know if it was a miscalculation or something else, but the cage dropping down through the bottom of the stage kills Mr. Asman. I do not know why he was stabbed, but yeah, so Madame Tispel is the accomplice here. I'm pretty certain. And then afterward, Drebber ended up kidnapping the waxwork of the professor because since Asmund died, he no longer would get money from that contract that he was expecting. So he went, but Drebber wanted to just return the thing. He kind of didn't really care about the ransom money. But I think his line about there not being any type of body double points to it has to be Madame Tispel. Which makes me very upset, but
Take that!
who is this person? Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord, and someone you surely wouldn't say you don't know. Yes, thank you. I'm aware of the person, obviously, but on what basis do you claim okay, I'm wrong. I'm wrong! I might be thinking like 5 steps ahead. Balthazar Loon? Because the green balloon appeared on his turf? Is that what we're going with? The balloons above the experimentation stage all belong to this man. I don't know. I'm dumb. I'm missing something. I'm gonna do the funny thing and present Mr. Asman and be wrong.
Take that!
The victim. Fine, we'll present the suspicious balloon man.
Take that!
I'm so dumb. Okay. Was I just wrong? I don't get it. Did I just trap myself? Was I not supposed to do this? His accomplice was himself. Check this one out.
Take that!
I think I just wasn't supposed to do this. I present my next witness, the victim.
Take that!
Guilty.
Sorry,
Guilty.
punching the candy cane.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me.
What was that a trap? I think it was a trap. Because will this put me back in front of the... Will this put me back in front of the decision? Yeah, it will. Oh no, it put me back here. Oh, we're so doomed. Hmm. We're so doomed. Um...
Take that!
Like, do I have anything, Please tell me I've got something. Because this was empty, yeah? Latvian! Let me into this silly helmet. I don't know. I'm not smart. I presented the people I thought it was. Like I don't have anyone.
Take that!
I don't know what to do. I'm straight up missing something. Is that even the guy? Does this even say who it was awarded to? Hmm. Yeah, I don't get it.
Take that!
Because that doesn't work. What am I missing? Who, who am I missing? The defendant.
Take that!
Yeah, I don't know.
Take that!
Yeah, I don't know. But the load didn't go back.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me.
Hmm. Hmm. Guess let's see if this is before I'm trapped in here. I'm just stuck. I don't get it.
Take that!
Hmm.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Usually
me.
if the decision is wrong, it wouldn't let me do it, right? Hmm. I'm upset. Kazuma, save me. Hmm. Hmm. It's Kazuma's armband. You know, there's something I'm just straight up missing here. I don't get it. I like... No, see, because this glass was found with the waxwork. Wait, what? Hello? How could it actually be anyone out? Wait, what? How do I actually link this? Why am I trapped here? Oh, what I do? I'm sorry. I know I didn't... Sorry, I didn't put it in the Discord. But there's the new hide and seek thing. I can switch over to it for you now. Here, I'll hop over. I know, I've been disorganized. Here, let me switch over to here. And we can get rid of Twitch chat for you. Wait, where's I'm in the wrong spot. Here we go. This is where I am now. This is the new hide and seek spot. Find me if you can. I'm so confused by this game. No. They're there. Yeah, did you get a good look? Are you happy? Sorry, I know I'm a little in the way. I could disappear for a second. I got nothing to hide on this one. This certainly is a video game location. Huh? Okay, I'm back. But yeah, like I am evil. I am evil. It's gonna be hard. My spot choices are the last couple of maybe this one and the last one have maybe been kind of arbitrary. And that looks like Draber's signature. don't have anything. I need this open. But I don't have a key for it. This is rough.
Take that!
How do I get through this?
Take that!
Surely I'm not, like, trapped in a soft lock. It's gotta be somewhere. I guess we're gonna try everyone until I get it right.
Take that!
I'm so confused. Because you didn't give it to me on Balthazar Loon.
Take that!
Wait, what? Wait, that can't be right. The name of the person in question is...
What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely, fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that.
What was supposed to tell me something here? Oh, was it the fact that she was the one that wrote this autopsy report? Is that what we were working off of? How was I supposed to make that conclusion? Like, at all? Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it will be alright, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Miss Susato. I don't know what's going on anymore, but... The enemy always appears larger than life. But you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes.
You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel. Now.
The person included with Mr. Jabber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Seath. What? What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Seath?
The head of the forensic investigation team, and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim.
I don't know how this is true. I don't... We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then, everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. What? What the blazes? Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I didn't see this one at all. My train of thought was thinking so far ahead. Like actually so I'm thinking like 7 steps ahead in this case. I completely skipped the one we're currently on. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Seath be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. What?
You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the Yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to.
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there.
How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night.
What?
But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once.
A grave problem. A grave problem. Oh my word.
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
Well, what? What? Certainly. If the bird cage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman.
That's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must also have been a person inside each. Okay, see, this is the step I was, the defense will address my learned friend's concerns by revealing the identity of the person who acted as Mr. In place of Mr. Asman in the second birdcage was... It was him. I'm so... Oh, the train of thought here is so lost on me. It couldn't have been Drebber. He shot a crossbow from the ground. It was him.
Take that!
Okay, let me present evidence. We can present evidence. I do, but this isn't filibustering, Counsel. The court is expecting a name. I have to name a person. The body double was this guy.
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower. Yes, Counsel. According to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact. It's alright, Mr. Naruto. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Miss Susato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing right there. Wait, the whole thing is here? Wait, the whole thing is here. Wait, when did that get here?
Objection!
Wait, when? Why is this here?
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now, tell me. What are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. Okay, see, this was the part I understood. I don't understand the part before this. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago. The Professor.
Objection!
You started this by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now, you've moved on to indicting waxwork.
Yes, that's about the size of it.
But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, It could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give?
If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. Those characters in the background are in the original location, yeah. Like that background with everything in it is the location.
What?
Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tussauds. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum.
Then, the timing.
Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Gah.
Objection!
Are you hearing this? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to the effect of the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord.
I need to speak, if you please.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me!
Yeah, that checks out. Sorry. Excuse me. I tried to mute the mic, but I wasn't fast enough. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was gonna happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruto. We always do. And uncover some new truths along the way. I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Bum bum.
I've known that woman for years. Though she's never been accomplished to anything.
It's utter nonsense. Do you think those two would ever be conniving with one another?
Oh dear. This is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I've had many my own problems with the members of the police. I do not trust them much.
I've seen no rigorous proof this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without right evidence is not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model of the proceedings has polarized opinion.
Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity and suggesting it as Mr. Asmund's body double.
Yeah, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's not the point. But I don't know. For it being a bonkers spot, you claim to have found it rather fast, I will say. I'm a little bit curious what kind of magic trick you used. Wait, what? Wait, let me get it. Umbrella Girl. Well, I'm pretty sure. Okay, well, let me just focus on this. This is gonna take me a little while to get through. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling that it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. You're using ChatGPT. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, Counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Jury finding, examination. The defense's rebuttal. Okay, press. I don't want to read in the old man voice, I'm sorry. The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that?
No old man voice. So... So for whatever reason, we've ended up... Okay, like, I don't actually understand this. Like, at all. Like, I don't know how I was supposed to draw this conclusion. That, like... Oh, yeah. No, that's wild. Apparently we had to accuse this coroner, Dr. Courtney Seath, as Drebber's accomplice. And like, I don't fully understand the logic behind that. Yeah, like... Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. Like, I don't know what I... Okay, so, because, like, I will admit, like, something about this autopsy report feels off. Because... Like, something about this autopsy report feels off, and she wrote it. But, like, I couldn't place what feels off about it. I still don't know what's wrong with it. But something is wrong with this. Because, like, I was looking through the new things we got. Wait, what? Courtney Seath. What, is that what it wanted me to look at? The coroner for this was Courtney Stevens. That wouldn't necessarily make me think they're the same person. Yeah, like I knew that the waxwork model was used as a body double. Like, I figured that much out. But, like, I didn't figure out the accomplice. I spent, like, 30 minutes failing guesses and being confused. At least 30 minutes. That's what it felt like, anyway. Where do I even start with what's wrong with what that policeman just said?
I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had a Metropolitan Police Service in town for 70 years, you know.
Well, is my tracking dying?
Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Seath, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now it was. When I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. Well, that's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her. Head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't have me complain. Hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell ya.
Oh, could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
You're all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of him, we were full of him.
That's coming across loud and clear.
Yeah, it's probably loaded.
It's probably loaded.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing. It's not relevant, is it? You're wrong there.
Because it was Dr. Seath in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh,
That's right. Oh. That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved with this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True. As it stands, we don't yet know of any connection. Oh gosh. But it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society, such as myself, views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this corner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Seath would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know.
Hold it!
Oh, what sort of problems?
Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street.
Alright, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our greater magic in parks, on street corners and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Bonk. Okay, street performer man.
Excuse me.
That's so dangerous. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Who are you calling a mass murderer?
Oh, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You would have been locked up, Sonny.
Thanks, Mr. Shelms. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what chair number 3 just said. Clearly, you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this.
What was it like then, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you.
No one would have called the coroner into question them these days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put a name to it.
Hold it!
She was the best of the best. Apple the Force's eye.
Hold on a minute. Wait, what are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? And now we have the link.
Sorry. Got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Seath's maiden name.
Her maiden name? So that was before she was married.
Of course, yes. Silly me. Seath now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, though, the point is, those are the great days of policing. Not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me. What can I do for you? I presume you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light that the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Seath, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally. As a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But, oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean. Dr. Seath's maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness. Evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord, I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Seath to the mass murderer known as the Professor.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork. The killer, known as the Professor. The Professor's? But that man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. My golly. Oh my. Courtney Stevens. Strike a light. It appears that the professor's autopsy report was... The professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Seath 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link we've yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Seath and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
We're quite right, sir. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best corner. Wasn't like this back in my day. We're still here to uphold justice in the end.
Well, we're halfway through this. But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry. I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit would have at least had to make the decency... At least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Yeah, we have that. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in a mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage. Namely, this piece of glass.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick, and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower? Holy smokes!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through the window of that special glass. From whence this small
piece originated, is that it?
I'm not getting his voice like it was earlier. Precisely, so what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of this assertion has been placed in front of you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's clear to see the color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've just shown me here, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
The tracking's dying, I don't get it. In that case, juror number 4, will you amend your statement now, please?
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science to not pursue the matter further.
Well, me too then. Sorry. If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb, or anyone who's got stuffing between the ears. Certainly an interesting character. Success! If you can call it that. Thank you, counsel, that will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue. We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. Another wonderful victory. I don't really understand the thought process I was supposed to have to get to that summation examination, but we did it. A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Seath. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir. By using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Madam Tuspells.
I really thought that Lord Von Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspel to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh, yes.
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
Well, that makes sense. I have no choice but to open it. It's mine. The court shall now adjourn for 45... The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madam Tuspells, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
Well, we survived to another recess of the case. I'm gonna have to call it here. Like this next part of the case should be the part that I should be able to follow better, because I've been thinking of the bigger picture this whole time, but that's a bit rough after after getting through that one part of that one. But yeah, I also should go eat some dinner. We're gonna ignore this. Yeah, so I'm gonna be wrapping up the stream here for today. Thank you everyone very much for hanging around and watching. I'm gonna start considering the moral ambiguity of using ChatGPT to find my hide and seek locations. It feels a little bit against the spirit of what I'm doing, but maybe that means I should make it even harder so ChatGPT can't help. That's what you'll make me resort to, so be careful. But yeah, I make it. No, but if it's blurry, then it's not helpful. If it's blurry, it has to be a location that's much more distinguishable even with that. I don't know. I could start picking some more evil spots, but I don't know. I should try running it through ChatGPT myself, I guess. But yeah, I'm gonna go eat some dinner and wrap up the stream here for today. Thank you everyone very much for hanging around and watching, and I hope you all have a good rest of your day and or evening. And I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. I have no clue what I'm going to eat, but something. Food? Presumably food. Hopefully it'll be something that counts as food. But yeah. I will see you later. Bye bye.